Hello, I'm here to finish this up. Well, we'll see if I do this last 5 hours all in one go or not, but. Hi, Linda. How are you? Busy lady. Nitzy! Hi. Hey, girly. I am done with the hair. Do you want to see it? Oh, you probably saw it in Discord. I know, summer is busy too. I keep traveling, and it's so fun. I think I'm gonna work in here, this big one. But there's some little ones up here. I'm gonna work on this big one. One, two, three, four, five. I just gotta get this started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know, all done. It feels so good to have that finish. I just need to make sure I get it off to Kaylee in a time appropriate manner, you know. Let's not procrastinate on the final step of getting it back to her. These scissors sometimes don't cut very well. Hey, Cheryl. How are you today? Leanne. You're 3.5 hours into doing the hair. Oh, on your last live. Oh, man. Spoiler alert, I finished it. Yay, Kate. Hello. I'm still working on getting my first stitch in, so you're definitely here at the beginning. Good morning, Becca. Okay. Scissors work for me this time. It's partially my nails. My nails are like long enough that I can't see what's going on. Yay. I'm glad you're doing well. You want to see it now? I can show it. It's right here. Here it is. All finished. Isn't it so cute? I'm so pleased with it. It's so good. And here it is down here, his face, his paws. Look at his little feet. His little feet. I mean, he's so cute. So yes. And I really like the fact, look, you can really see the fabric now that it's daylight. You can see like the darker bits down here. You couldn't see that very well last night. But you can really see like they come up, like yes, those are that is intentional, like the streaking in the fabric coming up here. No, I'm so happy that you can actually see the fabric really, really well right now. I made sure to orient it so that the darker fabric was down here, and also like there's some greenish, grayish coloring on this side, so I wanted that behind him. It was fun to choose how to place him on this fabric. So, yeah, I love it. Oh, I hope he doesn't hop away, Kate, because I need to send, well, unless he's going to go back to Kaylee, because I need to send it to Kaylee, and if he just transports himself there, that would probably be good. Ooh, you did your fairy tale 50, and now you're going to do your stocking 25. This isn't Pavon. This is Cirque de Carreaux. It's by Ink Circles. And this one has, oh, where's my floss? The fabric is a 32 count Stormy Night. It's a linen. I know that. It's like a stamped one, so it's solid on the back and mottled on the front. But this, look at this yumminess. This is a silk thread from Silks for You. Doesn't it look so good? And it stitches up beautifully. So beautiful. So yeah. It's beautiful. The fun thing about stitching with variegated floss is that you get to choose like how you work your way through a motif or the pattern. I really like it, girly. It's very lovely to work with. It's very smooth. I have this color and also the gray from my Pavon for These Times that I was stitching yesterday. Those are both Silks for You thread, and it's beautiful. I got half hanks, which you can email them to get, but they do have that deal for full hanks. If you really love the color, that's a nice deal. But I wanted to try them before I committed to that many full hanks. So I got 2 half hanks. And I would definitely buy from them again. They have mystery bags too, which are like, they're skeins because they have skeins. You have 13 hanks in your cart because you can't decide. Well, in that case, so they do have regular skeins if you only needed a small amount or wanted a small amount. But if you knew, like I knew that I was using this whole chart in one color, so I did this instead. Just trying to decide how to work this. I started at the tip. I should have started on one of the sides and gone up and then down. That would have been better. Oh well. Too late now. any kind of like I was gonna say monochrome chart are perfect for the variegated silks. And those charts will tell you like the stitch count, and then you can take the stitch count and go to like a thread calculator online and see, like, put in the it'll give you all the information, but it's like your fabric count and how you're going to stitch it, and then you can, it'll tell you like how many, like how much your yardage is. That was really broken up way to tell you. Hi, Jen. I messaged you back. If you saw, you did see, because you messaged me back too. Lovely to see you. Thank you. There is still some purple, but the camera kind of takes it out, so it is a lot of blue right now. Teach, oh, who don't know how to stitch with variegated thread. Okay. Sure. The biggest thing I can say is you'll hear a lot of people say to do one stitch at a time. That's what I'm doing here, and that'll give you the biggest color difference. Some people want more of like a natural look, especially if they're stitching grass or something, like with a variegated green. Like, what if you're doing a green that has a little bit of like a yellow green to it or something? So if you don't want like sections of your grass to have a more yellow hue versus a more green hue, you can actually, like, if you're stitching with two strands, of course, you could do like a loop start, and then it kind of is more like a blended thread, and then you just stitch it like you normally would. But if you want an effect like this, you'll want to do, you won't be able to do loop starts, and you'll want to do 1x at a time. I would say that's my first bit of advice there. Hi, Rachel. Good morning. Secondly, 4, 5, 6. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I just want to go down the 6. You don't have to think so hard about how you path your floss if you don't want to. In this case, I like to. It's fun. Like, I like to think, like, if you look at this as one bit of a motif, and I made the purple all on one side and the lighter purple with the blues in the middle, if I had stitched it differently, it could look more stripy or more random, and I didn't want that so much. So I think about it just a little bit, but that's about it. I think variegated floss feels much more intimidating, but it's really not. I think because it's presented as like a it's presented as there's a right way to do it, but it does depend a little bit on the effect that you want. You got it, Jen. I already need to frog. Good thing it's only 3 stitches. So I would say when you stitch with variegated, if you want it more of a blended look, you can do it more like loop start. If you want the distinctive colors in your variegation, like I do here, then you'll need to pull out. So what I do is I cut my thread. Where is it? Here it is. I cut my thread, but then I pull from the end and I lay it in a very specific way. Like I pull and lay, and then I pull a second strand and lay it the same way so that the colors will exactly line up. In this one it's obvious because one end is purple and the other end is not purple, but sometimes the variegation is much more monotone, and so I just do it the same way. Like I pull and lay, and then I can just put them together on my needle. What would you like to talk about, Jen? Stitchy chat specifically? Just I think most everybody has been with me the last couple days, so no, it's understandable because you've got an emotional load too. So but you wanted a break from that, so we don't need to talk about it. It's fine. Anything, talk about anything. I mean, we're also like in the final 5 hours of the 24-hour cross stitch, so I've talked about many things over the last 19 hours of streaming. Like, yeah. Oh. So when you said there were lots, you were really not kidding. I'm sorry, Jen. It really is a lot. Oh, a cat is enjoying today's stitching. Nice. That is a good question, Becca. What is everyone stitching on? We probably don't have a lot of workers today because it is Sunday. I have not yet decided if I'm like Am I just going to work on this piece today? Probably not. Hi, Joyce. Um, I mean, Jen, you have to give your mom that attention. So, like it's so aggressive that you have like it's a lot. You started a new Mill Hill? Rachel, but what about the eyelashes? Oh, you're being starting a new piece, Linda. I know when you messaged me and told me that, like, it's crazy, Jen. Like, it's super, super aggressive for her to be where she's at now when she was totally fine before. Like, not that long ago. Nitsy's almost hit a goal. Nice. Okay. That's a hard one because you're on the stocking. Um, if you seriously messed up, I would say fudge unless the picture that's going to mess up the picture badly. If it's going to be complicated to fudge, then I say frog. It's always going to feel better than trying to do a complicated fudging. I know it's going to be complicated simply because it yeah. Like the fabric alone that you're working on is going to make that complicated. Kate, you should burn it. Start all over on a different fabric. Well, all of this fruit is still super delicious. Kaylin's lucky that there's going to be any left when she gets back tonight. And probably the only reason there will be any left is because it's like Costco size. So, somebody today approached me and said, I've been meaning to talk to you. My mom passed away, and she was like a big crafter, but like a hoarder crafter. So, there's tons of stuff. And like, he has seen me like crochet and stuff and cross stitch, so he knows that I do stuff. He was like, I don't really know what any of this is, but there's like lots of yarn. Like, I already got rid of like tons of yarn. Like, he threw out yarn. Guys, but he was like, I just didn't know what to do with it. My wife doesn't want it. Like, he binned up a bunch of fabric, and I was like, okay, look, anything that your wife does not want to keep, I can find homes for. Like, either Kaylin or I will want it, or like, I know a lot of people who are also crafty, and I can find homes for things. Like, you don't need to throw them away unless it's bad condition. And if you're just not sure, like, I can come and look and like help figure this out. And he was like, okay, I can like give it all to you. I'm like, yes, you can. Like, you can absolutely, like, if that's too much, like, because he has like this whole house to deal with. Um, I'm like, I can take care of the crafty things. Like, if you don't want to deal with any of that, like, yes, please, like, send them, like, give them to me. Like, just don't throw anything else away. Like, he told me how much of the yarn he had thrown away. He still has tons. I think. Well, he said if I come across more and stuff like that, he still has it. I'm like, yes, don't throw them away unless it's bad condition. Okay. I know there's options. There's options. I'm gonna look. Oh, Rachel, this is from your 1 2 3 stitch order, the llama. Yes. Oh, wow, look at me on that TV. I'm on a TV. I'm probably on several TVs. Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I have a huge community and I know how to find more people. Like, I we can take care of this. Yeah. Okay. Where is here we go. That makes sense then why you would start stitching it, Rachel. I must be famous. You know, Jen, I hate to say it. Oh, you weren't here. Last night I was talking about hold on. I will get back to that. Kate, I'm looking at your picture. Which part of it is like the messed up part? Um, yeah, tell me that. So last night I was talking about um, my family reunion that happened a couple weeks ago. And somebody piped up and said, "Hey, my best friend's family like also lived in Chinatown and had to move to Lombard Street for tuberculosis reasons. Like maybe your families knew each other." And I'm like, "Okay, that seems very likely since like how many Chinese families like are in this small space and have like all those things in common." And then a couple minutes later, she goes, "Wait, your reunion was in California a couple weeks ago? Maybe the families are the same. Maybe you're related to my best friend." And it turns out that her best friend is my cousin. I'm not sure which cousin yet, but a cousin. So it's fun. Okay, so you're saying at the bottom and the pale pink part above it? Like the green there? Okay. There's a row missing in the middle of the tail and 2 rows between the light pink. I see. So you shouldn't have that many rows between the pinks. Is that what you're saying? Because you're missing some in the tail? Is the dark pink in the right place? Like, is there any part of the bottom there that is in the right place? So you're missing a row in the middle of the tail and oh, you're also missing 2 rows between the light pink and the dark pink? That's what you're saying? It's too high. Everything's too high, basically. It would look odd if you didn't take it out. Because when you look at the other pink, it's so thin that if you were to just like fudge it by making them bigger and then other parts smaller, I think it would look odd simply because of the whole rest of the dragon. But yes, you shouldn't throw this out. I know. I was not giving it to you as like a serious reason, Kate. I know how much you've been struggling and working through this one. Just be super careful frogging it. Don't cut the fabric. That would be upsetting. Two, two, one, one. Oh, here we go. Look, here's the stocking that she's working on. Isn't it so cute? He's cute. I don't know if it's a he. I'm just like saying a he. That's what it looks like. And there's her needle right there. But yeah, because of how all of these colors are, it's possible to fudge, I suppose, but I guess I wouldn't. I would frog it. I know. You might only have to frog back to a certain point and then decide if you can fudge it from there. Like if you get something in the right place. Then you could frog some, fudge some, stitch some. Have a grand old time. The thread wasn't long enough to finish this section. Alright, so variegated thread. This is the super long piece. I want this one. Alright, Jen. Love and hugs to you. The dark pink is the one I'd be most worried about. So yeah, getting that in the right spot and the lighter colors will kind of like, I don't know. They won't stand out as much as the dark pink will if it's too much. What do I need here? I want this end of my floss. Okay, so since we were talking about yes, Jen, I'll message you back later. So I finished my floss, but I have like some up here and in here to do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the end of my floss that's more blue, and I'm gonna stitch like this top part, and then if I've gotten it to the more purple part, then I will come down here. If not, I'll switch to the other end of this floss where it's purple, and I'll come down here and stitch. I try not to have to do things like that, but just because it's kind of annoying. But when you end your thread in such a place like this, sometimes you do that. Good, Joyce. Yeah, I've never had mine slip except for when I've accidentally put like too much pressure on this side of my frame. And actually right now, what I did, because there's all of this fabric on the right side, is I folded it. I can't really show it, but like I folded my fabric up over the clamp, and then I used the shelf liner over that, and I just stuck it in the thing. So I didn't really like roll up the side properly, but it's all protected still anyway. You guys are gonna get a lot of Suki right now because like I just filmed. I feel like I just filmed. It was last week. And then here you're getting all the lives. But I plan on filming again in a couple days. So like I'll actually get my filming every 2 weeks. Hey Jesse, how are you? I was just reading your post this morning about your first 2 days and your restart. .40 count is something I want to be stitching on more. I love my marathon. This is taking more concentration than I wish to take. What always surprises me, because I also specifically looked for the percentage that you had stitched, like the 8%, or I can't remember now, but I was noticing, because yesterday I was stitching on a long dog sampler, and I was like, how is this that far along? It doesn't look like that much of the whole. It felt like it should have been a smaller percentage than it is. But yeah, restarting. Sometimes it's the better choice. we go. Do I want to come this way or this way? We'll come this way. I really understand that relative thing. I just I just finished the snowshoe hare from Kaylee Tent Stitch yesterday. And I remember when I started it, I was like, I kept telling people, it's just a small one. It's only 31,000 stitches. Like, it's a baby. I mean, we don't, full covered stitchers don't really have a great concept of normal size projects. One, two, three, four. My scale is based off my treasure hunt bookshelf. That probably is not a good scale, but like that's my normal. So it's big. A project is big if it's around the same size as a super size heaven and earth design. Everything else is like medium or small or like that's just itty bitty babies. I don't even know what the little tiny things like mill hills are considered. Millionaire to normal person scale. um, I guess so. It's like I see that thing every day. Of course it's my normal. One, two, three, four. That's when I'm like, I need a small project, and I pull out, a 30 to 50,000 stitch piece. Like, this is small, right? We're good. One, two, yes. It's barely afternoon for us, Jesse. 147,000, so tiny. That is. Like, that's little. I mean, I might. No, I'm not even sure. Would I put it in medium? Not really. It's like a small full coverage, right? Well, dimensions, especially like the gold collections, and you have like dimensions trips you up with their half cross and having to pay attention to how many strands you have to use in the half cross. I might pull out my chatelaine after this. I'm kind of sitting here wondering what I'm being pulled to work on. I could do Woodland Enchantress too. But that feels more like a should, and I don't want to do a should. I want a want to. I mean, I want to work on Woodland Enchantress too, but there's a difference, you know? I could start my new project, but it's not really ready to start. I have the materials, but like I haven't really looked at it at all. I'm not settled into I think I would need to figure out the fabric a bit because I can't remember if it was like exactly the size fabric I needed or how different it is. So maybe don't start my new project. My new project, which I can show on a live. My next closest finished piece, I don't think I have any that are particularly close. I think I have finished all the ones that are close. Um, Summer Garden is little enough that I think that if I just gave it attention, then it would work up pretty quickly, especially because the specialty stitches I don't think are small specialty stitches. There's a garden one that's a kit, Peaceful Garden. That one could also be probably considered close. My oldest project is Frodo and Galadriel. That thing needs tamed. There are a million hanging threads on it. No, I haven't. I have not done any Christmas stitching whatsoever. I do have two. I think I only have two Christmas projects. One's a full coverage. I don't want to do that one. It's a max color regular size, and I just don't want to deal with that right now. That's too much headspace. And the other one is a kit, Victorian Christmas. I'm not really ready to pull that one out yet either. Perfect time for taming when I have support. It's true. And then you would get a whole range of stitching this weekend. A little bit of everything, maybe? It would be good. Get some work on my Lord of the Rings wall. Yeah, okay. That's decided. We'll pull out some trees of Lothlorien, since Frodo is nowhere to be seen yet in that picture. Just the trees. It feels like a should instead of a want. Um, I'm debating on the headspace. That's the thing. Hi, Sarah. Um, and I do think that it'll feel good to get rid of some of those threads. So, and the other one that I'm getting pulled to is chatelaine, and the chatelaine also would take up headspace and would kind of like start something because of where I'm working at. It would feel, I don't know. They have different feels, Becca. And I don't know that I can explain it super well. But the more I'm sitting with this, I do think I like the Frodo idea. Sarah, well, I say go for it. It's interesting. So I dye it purple, and then I just let it fade out, and it eventually gets to, so this darker part here, this is actually purple, but the camera always just makes it dark blue. So we've got purple, we've got blues, and then as it fades out, like, it looks like it's an intentional ombre, but it's not. But people love it when it gets to this part. they think it's so cool and super intentional, and I always get compliments everywhere. And then eventually I go back in and get it done. But because it fades out nicely, I just let it do that. And so it keeps my hair healthier than going in all the time. Knitsy, I think they would both take the same amount of headspace to stitch on, but I think Frodo will have the more lasting good headspace right now. Does that make sense? Like, it'll feel like taking care of something that needs to be taken care of. But like in a good way. I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean like, you know that feeling when you have like a ton of dirty dishes and you get that dishwasher loaded and running, and then you're like, that feels better. That is what I think it's going to feel like to get some work on Frodo. A new start would be a lot of headspace, which is why I'm not totally leaning towards the new start. My hair's not quite waist length. It does come down into my, like, the low, I wouldn't call it my lower back, but it's like the low middle of my back. I did red balayage once, and I really liked it, but I didn't like how fast it washed out because red is like the largest color molecule, I guess, and so it washes out the quickest. I didn't like that so much. But first, we're going to do the rest of this motif. Which side do I want to use? This ended in not... I know. I know what I'll do. I have considered with my hair doing like just the ends of it and like going back to my natural up here, or doing an underlayer of purple and going back to natural the rest of it. But there's something that just stops me every single time. I'm like, I don't think I'm ready to get rid of the full head of purple and whatever other colors come up as it goes. That did not thread nicely. It's really nice when it fades out nicely. I know mine will go to blue and then it kind of goes to a green also when it goes into the blonde here. When it hits green, if it hits a green, green does not look good on me. That's when I know it's time to go in. It's dark brown. This is my natural here. The other nice thing is because I wait like 3 months between going in and getting it done. But then we also only lighten to the roots every other visit. I, um, which also helps keep it healthy. Like it just allows like a bit of an ombre when my purple is in vibrant, and then I have like some roots showing for half the time and then not the other half. I like it. We probably should all know by now that there's very few questions you could ask me that I wouldn't answer. Greens and the creams are 2 rows down. So the pink was in the right spot? You're having an adventure, Cat. I keep saying cat, but I know you said Kate. It's because there are cats and Kates, and it's anyway. Becca, I agree. It's also salon hair dyeing pricing is ridiculous. It's like $300 or something. You know, it's ridiculous. My hairdresser is a um like it's just her. She's separate from a salon, so she doesn't have to charge salon pricing. Um and I she does a great job. So, hugs, Kate. Hello, V. Hi, Chrissy. Chrissy, have you had the Rocky Road cookie yet? Or rather, I should say, which cookies have you had and which one has been your favorite? Getting recommendations for hairdressers too, especially if you ask specifically for recommendations of people not with a salon. Um, and then you can ask them for pictures of their clients' work or their clients so that you see what they've done. Um, my hairdresser takes pictures and from the back, and we'll post those. Yeah, Crumble. Uh-huh. This weekend is being brought to you by Costco, Crumble, and Stitching in the Springs. Except none of them are, you know, paying me in the least. The Rocky Road one has been my favorite out of the ones I've had so far. I have the cookie dough one left. That one is at the end of the 24 hours. So, or roughly, maybe I'll start it early just because I'll finish my fruit and then get out my cookie, maybe. Becca, I was gonna say, Jesse, aren't you up in the Fredericksburg area too? I keep thinking I don't know that many people like stitchers. Like, there's people here who are all over the world and country. And I'm like, where are my Virginia people? I'm like, I do know. I mean, there's you, Becca, and Jesse, and then Emily, who hasn't been on the lives, but yeah. What I feel like is that we need to just get together. I will drive up to you guys. Like, let's have a stitchy day or something. I don't know. Let's do it. That's good shopping around, Nitsy, yeah. Especially when you have curly hair, like who cuts it makes a big difference. Ooh, nice, Chrissy. I took a shower last night and Steven was like, "Ooh, are you gonna braid it so it gets all poofy tomorrow?" And I was like, "Poofy?" He was like, "What? It is. I like it." Like, what a guy thing to say. But I didn't. I did not make it wavy. I decided I was curling it today. Aw, V. Why did you need to frog? What's happening? Ooh, nice. There's your recommendation, Becca. Tulip next to Wegmans. Pricey depending on who you get, but they're great. Usually you can pick like what level person you want to. So you can say you want like a lower tier, right? It's been a long time since I've been to a salon. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Yes. You guys, well, some of you were here. So yesterday we were talking about ridiculous ways to display whips didn't that would also solve like the light, like sunlight hitting it and dust problems. And um, Kate had the idea of a digital frame. And then Alicia like went searching for me and suggested also like using a TV for that. Well, then I went and um, I was looking and I found a like 24-inch TV. It's not fancy. It's just like it's HD. So that's like a 720 um, resolution, which is fine for pictures when you're just displaying them. And it's like $70. And like the digital picture frames to get like a 20-inch is like $300. So that's like a price comparison there. Anyway, I think that might be the way I go. Is to get this TV and then After my whip parades, I like take a picture of every single project so that I have like a before picture for the next whip parade, and I think those are what I'm going to put up on the TV. I might also include pictures of like finishes I have, just because one, none of my finishes are actually finished, and two, even if they were, they wouldn't be in this space. But I really want to be able to see my projects, like not just the pictures of my project, like the final picture, but my actual work, because I want it to be like, that's what gets me excited to work on my projects, is seeing what it is. And I'm thinking of hanging it here, but I haven't checked studs or anything. But it's also small enough that I could just like put it here on my desk. And I like that idea too. Then I wouldn't have to hang anything on my wall. But I do like this idea a lot. And I looked into it already last night. It was fun. But I do have to drive across town. I mean, across town is 30 minutes. It's not far. But I do have to drive over there in order to buy it. Or at least see it in the store to make sure that it's what I want and then buy it. But it's exciting. The idea of that, like being able to see, like, this is where my project is, I want more of it. Or be able to see like that picture. Can you imagine a picture of Frodo being hung on the wall with all of its crazy hanging threads, and you're like, yeah, that's like 6% done and it needs to be more. Yes, like a running slideshow of just like my projects, and then every 6 months I can switch it out. If it was a digital frame, it'd be a lot easier to switch out pictures, but like when it's a TV, I don't know that it's as easy. I think it depends on the setup. I don't know, I've never done it before. We're gonna find out. But I don't want to mess with it all the time. But every 6 months, that's fine enough for me. I can just put in the new pictures, plus any finishes that I have, so that it seems like, ooh, look, I actually finished things. Look at me. That kind of a thing. I just really want to be able to visually see all my projects. But I really don't want to spend a ton of money on it. So I'm going to check out this TV. I'll probably go like tomorrow and see how it goes. I think it'll be good. 6 months does fly by. And most of my projects are either like I'm working on them every day, or they're barely getting touched within a 6 month period. So, or they're not at all getting touched. There's some of those. That's true. I can just always add to it. All right. If you disappear, we will know why, Kate. Bad storm, bad. I'm gonna hit 10% on this thing today. Pretty certain, because this motif is a big one. This isn't even like the biggest motif. The biggest motif is just down here, really. It's in the middle. Canada's on fire. Canada's on fire. They're living in fire. Canada's on fire. It's crazy when the fire or the smoke from Canada comes down as far as where I am. Like, I'm halfway down the states. But where Steven lives, like, there's mountains nearby, I guess, near enough to where the smoke like goes west of where he is, so he doesn't. I'm like, my air quality is terrible, and he's like, we are great up here, and he's further north. When the wildfires were first like happening and everything, Kaylin came to me and was like, Canada's on fire and there was a volcano. And I was like, you do know those aren't related, right? Or an earthquake? Was it a volcano or an earthquake? I can't remember. But she said them at the same time, like it was a together thing. And I'm like, those happened in very different places of the world. She's like, I know. I'm like, okay. Joyce and Chrissy, are you both in Missouri? Girly was saying that it feels cold where she is too. Like, it definitely doesn't feel like summer to her. I mean, I would send you some of my heat, Nitzy, but you have to also take the humidity. It's the only way. Meet me in St. Louis, Louis, meet me at the fair. Don't tell me the lights are shining anywhere but there. you. It's good to... You're no good with humidity. Well, I'm not sure that anybody's really good with humidity. Somehow we survive, but... The same person who has all of those supplies um, from his mother and says he'll give them to me to do whatever I am going to do with them. He said that he has never felt a dry heat. That's what I'm wondering, Jesse. Is anybody good with humidity? Like, I feel like we just tolerate it at best. Like, he's like the furthest west he'd ever been was Tennessee, and he hasn't been up in the northern areas that can get less humid either. He was born and raised here in the area, so breathing pea soup. Truth. Um, yeah. Or when the temperature is like feels 20 degrees hotter than it actually is. And when you say, oh, it only feels like 95 degrees right now, that feels pretty cool. AC is a must with humidity. Colorado's a pretty area. I like the visuals of wherever this is that I'm living right now. Virginia. um, it's um, I love our flowering trees and everything, but I don't like the humidity. Hey, Peroska. Thank you. I don't often take time to curl my hair, but I did. Hi, Shauna. Thank you. I'm so happy with that rabbit. I mean, when you have no choice, you have no choice, right? Like, there's, you do what you have to. Oh. You also up in Fredericksburg, you guys get more snow than I get down here in Richmond. our last year's winter was not much of a winter at all. Like the most snow we ever had was not even a dusting. Like you could see it falling, but it really didn't do much else. That was a little disappointing. I do prefer to see snow. I felt the same way, Jesse. I was like, where's my... I just want one good snowfall. Where's my one good snowfall? Shauna, I'm glad that you've got several options to look at. That lined up so nicely, guys. It's a little darker than I would have, like, super loved to meet the other side, but, like, it'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. But it was a blue rather than a purple at that time, so I'm happy. Kaylin hates that it doesn't get cold enough here. Kaylin prefers being cold. She also likes rain and overcast skies. Like, she is depressing sometimes. Um, but I like the warmth. She likes the cold. Somehow it works out. Yes, Shauna, it's the ink circles. It's true. Toddlerhood is the best time to have, like, snow. Kaylin's always disappointed. She was like, I like snow, yeah, I want to see snow, but I want to see it untouched by the dogs when they go in the backyard. I'm like, well, you're going to have to wake up before the dogs go in the backyard then. Also, it has to snow. You like rain and overcast skies because it makes you feel less bad about sitting inside all day. Spring is my favorite season of all time. But there are lovely things about all the seasons. Let me think through this. If I okay. Yes. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. My decision is made here. Okay. Spring being short. Um, I probably depending on the season. Like, if you get a long winter, then you don't have much spring before you get hot, I imagine. I feel like last year's winter was spring, but without any of the pretty colors of spring. Early spring, maybe, I should say. Something is not right in the state of Denmark. Can you please just come out? My nails. I need Kaylin to come do my nails. She gets back from her father's tonight, so maybe then. Well, probably not actually. Probably will not do them during night. Today would be a perfect day to mow. Yesterday or today would have been perfect to mow. I'm like, but I'm not. It's marathon weekend. Why is it perfect days to mow on marathon weekend? And you would think I could prioritize mowing because, it needs to happen. Marathon takes place. That's priority. There we go. When I went to California, the weather was so nice because of how cool it was. Especially compared to here. Like, this is the best. Exactly. Exactly, Jesse. So why did the nice weather also need to land exactly on marathon weekend. You know what? Okay, so I told Kaylin it's a good thing I love her. There's a K-pop group that she really likes, and she had wanted to see them in concert last year when they came to the States, but we had gone to see it somebody else instead, another K-pop group. So when it was announced that this group was going to come back to the States, she's like, they're coming back. They're coming back. So the tickets went on sale that recently, last week? I don't know, early this week? Very recently. And I went and I looked and I bought tickets. They only had a few options for dates and locations. But I bought tickets without like looking at my calendar. That's how much I loved her. Love still. Present tense, y'all. And then I went to put it on my calendar and I'm like, okay. Okay. I still think I'm happy with the date and place I chose. So in October, I'm going out to Utah for Stitch West. The following weekend is the next 24 hours of Cross Stitch Marathon weekend. And it's right in between there that we're going to go to this concert. That is in New Jersey, so that's a 6.5-hour drive after Stitch West and before marathon. Like, I will have to drive home after a concert the next day on a Friday, which is the beginning of marathon day, and then start marathoning. Like, you're cutting into my marathon weekend. And I'm the one who has to drive. Like, huh. She's like, hugs. Thank you. The last movie I watched, Chrissy, was Batteries Not Included, which is like an 80s movie. And the movie before that was Big Trouble in Little China, which is also an 80s movie. I can't remember the like a current movie, the last one I watched. The group Nitsi is Enhypen. It's a boy group. I do know that in November I will watch Dune with Steven when it comes out, the second Dune. Not sure how we're going to make that happen because it comes out the week before Stitching in the Springs retreat. And those are in 2 different locations, where he is and where Stitching in the Springs is. So, but that's like several months away. I don't have to think about it now. She will enjoy it. I know she will. And she like has to be nice to me because she doesn't have to be nice. I know she's a good kid. You guys know that. She's not a kid, she's a teenager. How do I have a 13-and-a-half-year-old, guys? Magic. It's a legit answer, I suppose. I don't have a better one. Huh. Oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, it's okay. Unless it's Peppa Pig, Paw Patrol, Bluey, or PJ Mask, you haven't seen it. uh, yes, I've seen the preview. It'll be good. It'll be really good. Dune is like one of Steven's favorite movies. He's watched like all the available ones and he's watched the new one several times. Okay. Thank you. I'm getting so many compliments on the curl. I guess I need to curl it more often. My curling iron's not the greatest. It's not terrible, so I've not upgraded it at all. Yes, I'm frogging right now. I didn't actually say that. I'm frogging. Frogging this almost this whole bit that I just did. Anyway, has anyone tried like the kind that like it like swirls it? Like you I don't understand what it does. You like hold it and it does a thing? I don't know if they work. I just know that I've seen that they exist and I've not looked into them at all. I don't even know what they call them. Hi, Joan. Well, I'm not even in my 40s yet, so it's hard to imagine having kids that old. Uh-oh. You almost lost a piece of hair because of it? What is that thing called? That device? I have also tried the like curling with a straightener before. I don't understand how that works whatsoever. It doesn't work for my hair. Or I just don't know how to do it. It's likely very true. Only 3 of the stitches that I've done with this strand are in the right spot. I know there's some of you who are like, I've never seen you frog before. Proof. Proof I frog. It's not a curling wand because that's one where you're the one wrapping it around, but it's like this, and then your hair like goes in the middle of it, but it's not a clamp. Something like that. I have not ever actually tried a curling wand. Just my curling iron that I've had for like 15 years. It's true, Joan. 3 stitches in the right spot are better than none. I should look this up. It's not a diffuser is attached to your blow dryer, right? It's not that either. Ooh, I'll look that one up. Secret curling iron? Because then I can show up a picture. Like the round brushes, Kate? Oh, that's like a different style than what I've seen. Um, but yeah, I think it's the same concept. Automated curling iron like that. Yeah. Since high school, you've always curled your hair with your hair straightener. You have the skills I don't, Rachel. It could be that the straighteners that I've had aren't the kind that will do it, or I just am really terrible at understanding the technique involved. Hey Pip, you want to come say hi? Come here. Come up. Up, up. There's your little head. Good girl. Hi. Here's Pip. Hi. Yeah. Yes, I can. Your breath smells like fish. Why does it smell like fish? Deal, Shauna. Oh wait, this is a write down in the book thing. I don't know. Kaylin tells me, do your makeup like this, and I'm like, fine. And so I do it like that, and she's like, that looks good. Okay, thank you. Okay. I finally colored in my Whipco board for what I've actually completed. Now you can see exactly how far behind I am this year in Whipco. Hey Pip, Leanne says hi. Do you want a treat? Here's a treat. I'm gonna say it's from Leanne. Ah, she loved it. Thanks, Leanne. I don't think it's that, like, she thought that my makeup was bad before. It was just like, here's a different technique that she learned that she really liked and thought it looked good. And so she's like, do that. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, oh. This is my first year doing WhipGo. Oh, and Jessie, who's been here, she's WhipGo. She's the WhipGo person, originator. Um, but yeah, this is my first time. Like, I've just watched people and do it, and this year I just felt like this was going to be a good way for me to work on my non-full coverage pieces regularly ish. Though I still have those blank spaces from finishing projects that I'm not entirely sure what to put on it in those spots. Wipeout was a obstacle course game show thing on ABC, I think. I don't know if it still is in existence, but it's been a while since. They're the ones with the big red balls and water. I just like that I didn't preset my goals for WhipGo. I just said that I would stitch, right? Um, and so even if I just stitched one strand. Like if I stopped here, I could count that as being done with my whip goal, but yes, Leanne, for me, it's just, I just have to touch it. But when I do pull it out, I like to say, I want to get this part done. And so then I like to finish that. But other people will set a specific goal, like, 3 hours or 5 days stitching or 1,000 stitches. I just didn't do that. You can sleep. Absolutely. I sleep. I do not do a 24-hour straight because that is insane and I don't want to be insane. I think that's what I didn't know, Shauna. Like I was like, well, what if the other projects I have going on and what's going on in my life, like how am I going to know if I can commit to that? Aw, Kate. Hello, my Russian friend, whose name I still don't remember, but hello. You'll be happy about that being all fixed, Kate. I think that's why I made it just like my non-full coverage. I didn't I didn't put any of my focus pieces on it really. Some of them became focuses and finishes, but that's why I have blank spaces on them now. Jen has a million whips. It's true. You want to do the like how she has the goals that she picks out and stuff? Alara wants to do the same. She really likes how Jen does it, and she's tossing around a couple um, tweaks so that it fits her, but I think that's what she's going to do next year. It's true, Kate. And it didn't take you that long. I'm only 2 hours in today, and yeah. I thought we decided we were immortal. Like, living to be 500, isn't that essentially being immortal? Yeah, it's like another way to have like that structure, but also the flexibility. And I do like the way that Jen has brought both together. She has something to aim for, so it's not super arbitrary, but she gets the fun of like, ooh, what's it gonna be? Oh, the one she just posted? Yesterday when she got on, she said she was uploading a video right then. I have a great like floss tube extra idea right now. Thanks to Joyce's comment right here where it says, when I frog, it always seems I'm the only one. So what if? What if I made like a compilation of every time I frog, I just video it, and then I make this whole compilation, and then whenever you're frogging, you have a video so that you're not frogging alone. It's ridiculous. But hey, we're not the only ones. It's Jen with two N's, the caffeinated crafter. She does all kinds of projects. I mean, like, it might take a while to have enough frogging clips to make it worth it. Or, yeah, but, you know. It would be funny. Yes, I just wrote it down. Then I have the choice on whether or not I actually want to do that. Yeah, she has a really good um like at the her end of year whip parade, she set goals for all her projects, and then she put all her projects, like the names of them in a basket, and then every week she pulls out like 15 of them, and she looks up like, oh, my goal is this much, and so whatever um, she works on it, she doesn't necessarily um, she doesn't necessarily new sponsor, Jen. Where is she? She's not here today. um, she works on it to but not necessarily to the goal. And at the end, like the next time she's filming, if she has met her goal, then the slip of paper that had the name on it, she takes that out of the mix. But if she didn't meet the goal yet, she puts it back in, or if she didn't like stitch on it at all, right? She puts it back into the mix so that it can be pulled out again throughout the year until she meets that goal. Look at all these like companies and people who I can let me be your star. I can be your influencer. I'll work with you. Speaking of floss tube videos, licking floss, my friend Rachel here, she posted her first video recently, and if you haven't checked her out, you should check her out. Who else is here that I know has floss tubes? Well, obviously Jessie Marie. I'm thinking through who has commented that I know has floss tubes. There's not that many right now. Of course, I'm also thinking like the people who I've watched recently and I am behind on videos. So that's not helping. She has great hair. Rachel does. This is the floss tube way, Rachel. Her chatelaine is amazing. Her Mill Hill cow right now is adorable. Every time I see that posted on Instagram. So cute. Okay, enough about Rachel. Let's go back and talk about me. Just kidding. I don't know what to talk about. Wanna talk about me, I wanna talk about number one. I mean, we've been streaming for 21 hours. So I mean, that's like a lot of topics that I've gone through. Lots of stories already. Don't forget to hydrate, y'all. Be healthy. Enabling? Are we going to enable now? I mean, influence. We're influencers, Joan. Encouragers, cheerleaders. Hail, hydrate. I mean, we could go with an adult version, but I don't want to get in trouble with anybody. Ooh, Woodland Enchantress. That's a good one. I probably talk while I'm sleeping, thinking I'm streaming while sleeping. Oh gosh. To my knowledge, I haven't ever talked while I sleep. Except like if I'm having a super bad vivid dream, I will make like noises apparently, and that is unusual enough to where my ex was like, what do I do? If I could only do one hobby for the rest of my life, which hobby would you choose? Okay, Nitzy, have a good, what? It's dinner now, right? Have a good dinner. Okay. I would say Joan, you don't want to see me cheerlead either. I've never been a cheerleader. I don't know how to. Crafty hobby, I would pick cross stitch. It was my first crafty love, and I've always come back to it. So I would say cross stitch. However, does piano count or singing count as a hobby? Because once we start entering into like those kind of things, I don't like, how can you pick one? They're different genres, right? Look at this thing. I didn't try to match this to this one, and that's fine with me, but I like how this matches kind of here. These kind of match up too. I like it. You just need sheep in the apocalypse. It's true. Or you're gonna learn how to use other fibrous materials, right? The apocalypse is all about getting creative. Let's see here. One, two. I don't think I have many other hobbies that I really consider hobbies. Just maybe like dabbling. I suppose if we all chose different hobbies, then in the event of an apocalypse, we could just like come together, right? That's what humans do, is we come together and we make it work. I did consider it though, Joan. I was like, should I? No. I'm not gonna bother. Like, as a whole, it just looks beautiful. It's not, yeah. Good luck, Shauna. Like, I didn't, on this one, I really didn't try it from side to side. I just, as I was going, tried to make sure. And it did end up like, this is mirror this. And it's pretty cool, but I didn't intentionally do that. I did pass the 10% mark on this piece now. This one has even less stitches than the rabbit. 16,000 stitches. How much floss is required? I don't know. Let me see here. Let me view the PDF here and see what it says. Okay, so it says for 2 strands of DMC on 28 count, which you would stitch over 2, that is 9 8.7 yard skeins. Does that make sense? So if your skeins are 8.7 yards, which is what a DMC skein is, you would need 9 skeins on a 28 count. But there's no like fractionals or anything like that in this one. You could stitch over one. Stitch on an 8/0 or whatever, too. Oops. It's one thing I like is that it does tell you that in the PDF. Not all charts like this are going to say that, but this one, I think Ink Circles and Long Dug both do that. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. That's for you, Joan. Guys, I really want to eat my cookie. Can I eat it early? What if I got it out and brought it to like room temperature and then ate it? It's a little less early then. Who's gonna give me permission? Oh wait, I'm not done my fruit yet. I said I needed to finish my fruit first. Fine. I will finish my fruit. I don't know what a Pikmin game is. So I'm gonna say no, Rachel. I need an explanation. You're welcome, Joan. Kate gives me permission. Excellent. I mean, this fruit is so good. I love it. You know, sometimes you're just like working or studying or something and it gets like you've been at it for long hours and you just like get the munchies. That's the stage that I'm at. It's a Nintendo game. Oh, so Pikmin, are those like the little dudes? I think I've seen previews for it. They're like little dudes of different colors. I have a Switch. I could actually look it up. If it's what I'm thinking of, then I remember seeing like a preview or something for it, and I was like, oh, that's cute. But I didn't really understand what the game was actually, like what you did in the game from the preview. Nope, I need to start from the top. Maybe I should finish my fruit and this motif, and then I can have the cookie and switch over to um 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 Frodo. And when I'm up there on the silver screen, I can make the whole world want Norma Jean. That's very low. I probably started slightly in the wrong key, but it is low no matter what. One of the games I bought on Amazon Prime Day is called Arboretum. It's in a little-ish kind of box. Um, it looks really nice. And the other one also looked nice, but I can't at all remember the name of it. And it's in a bigger box. It's sitting right over there, but it's inside a box. It's a box inside a box, and I can't see that because I don't have X-ray vision. Oh, question about the piano. I will see if I can answer it. Sophie has been learning how to play. She has done a few different songs now. She is learning a new song. Would you advise that she still practices the old ones or just focus on the new ones? Let's see. I think, especially for new pianists, I don't know how old she is either, so this could also make a difference. But for new pianists, especially if any of the ones that she's already learned are ones that she really enjoys, it's good to just play them every once in a while because it's a reminder that like you enjoyed playing, you liked that, you've improved rather than just always playing like the songs that you already are learning, because it helps our brains do different things to play ones that we already know. It activates a different part of our brain than like learning a new song. And I think to like continually develop a love of playing the piano, that's good to keep some of the ones. She doesn't necessarily have to practice, but maybe like ending a practice session with one that she already knows and can just like play it can help end a practice session feeling like I did this thing, like yes, and I can keep doing that. Exactly. And then she can also play um, so I have two piano students. They are beginners. They're young, 8 and 6. They're sisters. Um, and One thing that I suggest to their mother, who's a friend, um, she, I suggest like you can have them play their pieces for grandparents when they come in town, or video call them, or record it and send it to them. Um, she's also divorced, and so when her kids go to see their dad, I was like, if he has a way for them to play, then the same thing, like they can just play their favorites for him, or again video call, and then they get um a little bit of that performance, like performing for another person or playing for another person, that makes them think through playing in a different way as well. Kaylin was ever a fan, but it's great to say, we're sending this to great grandparents or something like that. And then she has a hard time arguing with that because old people just like to hear you play. Like, right? Like, that is what she's taken from that. Welcome back, Linda. Okay. Is she teaching herself or going through a program like Hoffman or something? Just curious. Also, 8 months as a teenager, you can get far in your skill at that point because you've got more maturity and like more of a grasp of musical concepts and things like that, which means that you can branch out into like the music that you want to be playing a lot quicker. Like, it's hard to ask an 8-year-old, like, oh, what do you want to play? And then find a song that fits their capability. But at 13, 14, 15, even as a beginner, they're able to progress quicker. And so then they can really get into some songs, maybe not all of them, I don't know, but at least some songs can be ones that they really want to be playing. And that's always a different, like, excitement thing. The days of rocking out. He goes to sleep by himself now. I mean, that's a good step. I just won't keep you company while you're putting him to sleep anymore. That's fun, Leanne. That's great. And perfect opportunity, yeah. Like all the songs that she's learned is part of her repertoire now. Okay, you guys. It's time to empty the bladder now. Why am I weird? Look, since I walked past the box, I thought I'd show you. This is Arboretum. I'll show it down here. Here we go. And there's the back, the cards. They look like playing cards, but there are rules, and I don't really know what you do, but we'll find out. And the other one I got was called Mystic Paths. And it looks like that. Again, I don't know. I think this one is a cooperative game. Play as cooperative, individual, or teams. I really like cooperative games. Um, so that's why I especially picked that one. Oh, that's awesome, Leanne. Yeah, she's got a good musical, like, support system in place, it looks like. Sounds like. That's great. Okay, so I'm doing like this corner thing, and I need to do this, this, and this, and then the outline of it. That's all that's left on this piece. Well, all that's left, that's what I will do, and I will call it done for WhipGo. That's what I'm saying. This is a WhipGo April piece. And it'll mean I'm done with April after this. And I can move on to May's pieces. Like, then I only have 3 months to do, except it's almost time for August numbers to come out, and yeah. We got this. You know what would be fun? Rachel, is like having goals for your pieces based on what other people pick. Because I think that's the hardest part for me is ahead of time, because we were talking about Jen the Caffeinated Crafters thing, right? The hardest thing for me is like setting those goals ahead of time. That's why my WhipGo goals are like touch the piece. Like, even if you just put one stitch in, you can call it done then. But setting like a bigger goal, like Jen's, I would have to have like you guys pick. Like, here's Frodo and Galadriel. What should my goal on this piece be for the next year or 6 months or whatever? Kind of a mishmash between Jen the Caffeinated Crafter and like Angie Slowly Crafts and Alicia Adventures of Stitching, and Carla joined them, Stitch Me Sane. They spin a wheel with the challenge, and then the other two pick a project, and they do it every month. So it's kind of like a mix up between the two. Mod Podge. Mod Podge? Mod Podge. Words are hard today, y'all. Hodgepodge. That could be closer. Mix them, mash them, put them in a stew. I never said I didn't need you, Kate. Who else is gonna live to be 500 with me? One, two, three. Remember when you were young, so was I. Time stood still. Remember when. It's hard to make goals that are like ambitious enough to kind of push you, but not so much that it's unattainable, right? And then if other people set the goal and you don't, like, I think you kind of automatically feel like you need to, like, well, they think I can do it, so I think, like, let me try, let me see if I can do it, because they think I can do it. And then if you fail, you're like, well, it's their fault. No, I'm just kidding. Rachel made me do it. I think I have a hard time deciding on goals too sometimes. Enjoy your visit, girly. I'm working on it, Kate. Trying. This red, I might only have like an hour to an hour and a half on Frodo before the end of 24 hours of cross stitch. Hey, how are you today? Maybe I was trying to say mix match. I bet you that's what I was trying to say. Surely 24 hours is really more of a guideline. um, I suppose we could consider it just a guideline. But it's a long time. Like, I love doing it, and I love talking to everybody, but it's still a long time. You can do a lot more if you want. You guys. I know you guys are. I do. It's just like I've got this boyfriend, and I like to give him attention too. He has not. I don't think he has at all. He we had a discussion about this. Okay, so the last 24 hours of cross stitch, yes, Steven. Yes. Um he like surprised me by finding my channel, and like it threw me because we weren't dating, um and like he's not my audience, and I was live, and like we're very conversationalist, right? And so I'm like that with everybody, but it's different. Like, we're stitchers here. um and then anyway, it was we had to have a discussion, and he's like, you're right, I shouldn't, it was very, his response was perfect. um and then once we were dating and I had posted a floss tube video, I was like, he actually is my 3,000th subscriber. When I saw that I was at 2,999, I was like, hey, Steven, you want to be number 3,000? He was like, only if you want me to be. Um, and I did say, like, it. We went back to that conversation. Like, you just really surprised me, and I wasn't expecting it. And I was like, in the middle of talking, like, to this segment of my people, and like, not you. Like, anyway, it was odd. All that to say, I said my regular videos are fine. Like, you can watch those, no problem. But if you're going to drop in on any lives, um, like either say something in the chat that you're there, um, or just like message me so that we know that there's like a non-stitcher around who's lurking just because I don't know. So he has not. He also has his kids this weekend, so there is that too. But and his weekends are Sunday, Monday. He works, you know, Friday, Saturdays also. That was a really long answer to a simple question. But what is new? I don't think I can do simple answers right now. I'm in the let me explain everything mode. If I'm ever not in that. I don't know if I'm ever not in that. There's only 20 colors, but like its symbols are so a secret society. It it it's weird because I'm like, yes, anybody could come and find me here, right? Like and I'm fine with anybody finding me, but it's odd when it's a non-stitcher that comes because just because like this we're here, we talk about stitching like cuz that's what this is all about. So I would be fine if Steven were here. Absolutely fine. But I think that it would like just be better overall for people, me and you, that like we just know that there's somebody here who's like a different segment, you know? That, see, when we had our original conversation, like at the last 24 hours, it was kind of that. He was like, he was like, um, it felt intimate. Like I was intruding in something intimate. Um, just because it's so natural. Like, it's this. We're talking, right? Um, and so he was like, like he was like, oh yeah, I felt like that. So it's not like he was here for very long or anything back then. Just long enough for him to realize, like, oh, like I understand now. I mean, if he saw what it was like, which he has now, briefly, right? It's easier than me trying to describe what it's like to be here and talk to you guys and just chatting and whatever it is. Because I always, when I talk to people about what it's like to do lives like this, I'm like, it's not really about me. Like I'm creating a space for people to come together and like my most favorite thing about this is when you guys are saying hi to each other. Like that's my favorite. And asking about like not just how people are doing, but like the specifics of their lives. It's not just me that people are talking to. It, it really is like this community thing. I just happen to be the only one being able to be vocal. But I think a lot of people look at live streaming like oh, all the focus is on you. And so like there's a lot of pressure to know what to say or whatever. And I just channel your inner 5-year-old and just let whatever's in your brain out. That's all. Inevitably somebody will make a comment and then you can like go off of that and people start chatting and it just works. It works the way it's supposed to. I also really like that this space is basically what everybody needs it to be. Like there's 28 of you here right now. And um, some of you are working. There may be some of you driving. You may be cleaning, cooking. I have been taken on errands before into different stores and gas stations. Like we've put kiddos to sleep. We've like some of you like to chat. Some of you are watching on a TV and you can't. Some just like to know that they're not alone. And so you have company. And so it like doesn't even matter what I talk about. Or even if it's silent at times. It's never silent very often, huh? But if this wasn't, giving you what it was that you needed, then you wouldn't be here. So, even those people who I don't know that you're here right now, but you are here, like you're just as valuable because you're worth things. You're worth feeling like you're not alone, like there's others out there who are like you, who enjoy stitching, who have problems, who sometimes have to frog projects. Oh, this motif was big to do today. I have just a small amount, but I'm going to save that for a tiny motif. Stronger than it's ever been. We've come so far since that day. And I thought I loved you then. Thought I loved you then. Sometimes you get naps. Yeah, Sarah, pretty much. Especially the 24-hour weekends, they feel like a retreat to me. And if you've been to a retreat, you know what I mean. And if you haven't been, like, there's times when the table you're sitting at is like everyone's talking and they're all having different conversations and there's people coming around to the different tables, and so you have those conversations happening too, and it's all a buzz. But then there's other times when everyone at your table happens to like be super focused and there's hardly any conversation happening at all. And like you get up whenever you need to, you know, get another drink, water, the bathroom, all the things. My next project today, when I finish this, is going to be Frodo and Galadriel. Next project I'm going to start is a Christmas present. All full coverage is like that. You can stitch on it for a long time and you're like, oh, I'm not done yet. I'm getting really close to 500,000 on my bookshelf. Can you believe that? 500,000 stitches. It is really close. And by really close, I mean there's less than 10,000 stitches to go before, oh, what is, no, there it is. Nope, I don't like how this was starting. Oh, there it goes. All fixed. guess I can look up exactly. Oh wait, I can look it up right here. Oh, I'm very close to 494,000. So 6,000, and then I have my 500,000. I'd be rich if I had $1,000,000. If I had $1,000,000, I'd be rich. I love how this looks on camera. It's so good. I'm sure I'll be on Instagram later on today. Gotta post pictures and all that, right? I know it is a huge project. Like, I'm so close to that, and yet it's like 60 whatever percent now. I don't even know. 68. Oh, I'm a lot higher in the 60s than I thought I was right then. I was trying to say 62, and then I was like, no, I've got to be 64%. Clearly, I was wrong on both counts. It's 68%. Hi, Jennifer. Oh, are you in Canada too? We definitely don't have it yet, but you know. Checking it twice is a cute one. I don't have any Donna Gelsinger charts. I think. I don't think I have any. Right smack in the middle of California or Canada. I sang a song for Canada being on fire earlier because Kate was saying Canada's was on fire. This girl is on fire. In November, the Stitching in the Springs retreat I'm going to, at least one Canadian I know is coming. 2 Canadians are coming. I was like, I don't think that's right anymore. Anyway, one of them, her name is Kristen. I met her last year through Alara. And she brought like Canadian snacks. I only tried some of them. I wasn't around for all of them. I was not a fan of the ketchup chips. However, the everything chips, I think that's what they're called. I want to try those. She's bringing those again because people like those too. She's like, I'll bring big bags of all of them. So, November is going to be treats from Canada at retreat. I will also be drinking one of those chocolate peanut butter mochas that the hotel restaurant makes. Because it's delicious. And Jen from Backcountry Stitcher, she's gonna be there, and she's funny. She drinks like espresso martinis, which I didn't know were a thing until her. All dressed chips, yes. Yes, that's what they are. I didn't try those, but I'm going to. Hi, Steve. How's your lawn? My Steven just texted me saying that he mowed his lawn today. Maybe he should come here and mow my lawn. I know, wide awake and drunk, and she would have them like in the evenings. She was funny. She she likes to drink wine, I think, or whatever, when she's like soaking in the bathtub, and then she goes shopping like on Amazon. And she's telling us this, and she's like, this is the last thing I bought, and it's this giant Hanukkah bear blow up for the yard. She's like, my husband's gonna kill me, but it's going up. It was funny. She's funny. I did finish the snowshoe hair. Look, here it is in person. And you can see the fabric much better than yesterday. Because you can see like the dark, like that's not, like that is the fabric. It's not shadows on here. What if I hold it on this side of me? So good, huh? There we go. So cute. I stayed an hour and a half longer to stitch just to get that one done last night. My floss matches perfectly to my hair. Oh, you know, you are not wrong about that. Thank you. Okay, I just have to finish this. It's essentially the other triangle portion thing. Oh, what is below it? I attached the bottom. Okay. And then we will pull out Frodo. And get a cookie and refill my water and yeah. You've had Alicia Keys stuck in your head? I'm sorry. I don't know enough Alicia Keys songs to really sing them. What other song, though, can I sing? You know, when you're thinking of, like, oh, what song can I sing? You're like, nothing. You don't know any songs. Yes, but that's like all of the song that I know, and she repeats it a million times. I know the bridge part goes like da 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 da, but I don't know the words of it. Da 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 da. You know, and then it's back to the chorus. This girl is on fire. I'm sure I know other Alicia Keys songs just as well as I know The Girl is on Fire, but um, I don't always know the artists to the songs. Like, I listen to a lot of songs, but why can't I think of, like, any of them? I've stayed away from Disney a lot this time. Come on. Mark off. Please. There we go. Or am I a fool who sits alone talking to the moon? That should have been in the moon songs I was singing last night. I only sang 2 moon songs. I should learn a sea shanty. Those were like a thing for a bit. Or am I a fool who sits alone talking to the moon? Angelica, Eliza, and Peggy, Skylar sisters. Daddy said to be home by sundown. Daddy doesn't need to know. Daddy said not to go downtown. Like I said, you're free to go, but look around, look around. The revolution's happening in New York. Angelica, work. There we go, 11.29%. 446 stitches done. Ooh, who is that? Piskeeld. Piskeeld. Thank you. Love you. There once was a ship that went to sea. The name of the ship was a Billy O.T. Dun 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 dun. Oh, da 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 da. Da 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 da. I got the tune. Da dun 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 dun. Here we go. Got my Instagram picture. Okay. Oh, blow my... Where... There it is. Okay, I am gonna leave this right here with my floss right here. Now you have something pretty to look at while I go. Let it go, let it go. I'm gonna go collect my cookie and refill my drink. And then I'll be back. Also, I have like 2 bites of fruit, so I'm not cheating on my fruit. Come on, Pet. Okay, I am more or less back. house. I need to switch out projects. Hi, Misty. Housework. I also said to stay hydrated, so if you choose to do that with a gin and tonic, you know, you can do that. Why not? And Suki says, drink, take a shot. If I lay it on my dress, I can't find it. That's funny. Let's see. Oh. Here. Where is it? Okay. Tanqueray and tonic. I don't drink like that, so I have absolutely no idea what that is. It's Frodo time. It is this. Look, here, I'll do this for you. My dress doesn't have purple in it though, so there's that. Oh, it's a type of gin. It's not like I really know what gin is either, because all I know is that people say gin and tonic. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know. All right, come on. I need you off. Okay, Beefeater. I know Beefeater as a really delicious sandwich that First Watch used to serve, and they don't anymore. They serve something similar, but it's not the same. It's a clear alcohol made of juniper berries. Okay, so here's this piece, the fabric in its entirety. This is 11% of it. Y'all, I'm not gonna remember this. A job I had when I was first married, I was not a secretary, like receptionist kind of person, and they wanted me to do like make coffee for clients, because it was wow, mind blank here. It was a real estate company, and so they had a lot of clients and stuff, and they wanted there to always be like coffee in the pot. And so they were like, so you can make coffee. And I was like, I have no idea how to make coffee. And they're like, well, here's how you make it. And it didn't really work. They gave up very quickly. Okay, Here is, look, see all those hanging threads? I think I'm gonna work from this side and get rid of hanging threads this way. I say that like I'm totally gonna do that today. I'm going to probably get through like this many threads, but I think that's what I'm gonna do. But here we are for Frodo and Galadriel. Once I get this on the Q-snap, hopefully I remember to change the picture. Saying that out loud because now one of you can remind me if I forget. Let's see. How many of these threads do I put on the outside of the Q-snap? And how many do I just allow to stay underneath because it'll be easier? Let's do this. I don't think I will get more than these colors done. And if I do, I can just pull out more. I'm going to say yes, Kate, but it won't take very long. There's a lot of, because these are all parked, right? There's gonna be a lot of duplicate colors, and so my ability to cross country will be limited, but that's okay. Steve, I will have to look that up. I think it's in the 300,000s. It is 304,200 stitches in total. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here, so this is shelf liner that I just cut down a piece and I put it in the grip of my Lowry stand. So what I'm gonna do, because I want to be lazy a little bit, is I'm just gonna take the end of this, fold it up, because I put this, the way I put the Q-snap on, okay, is why I'm doing it this way. I'm just gonna put the end here. I just dropped something. Oh, that's okay. I'm just going to do this, and then I'm going to let this protect the fabric from here. So this is now the back of the fabric that's facing up. And now I can put this on the Q-snap like that, or the Lowry stand. And twisting it the wrong direction, that's helpful. It's an important step in the process, is to open it as wide as possible when you're trying to, yeah. It's a possibility, Kate. The problem is I don't want to develop column lines. So there's that to consider too. But I don't mind if I will cross country down, probably mostly, but I won't be sad if I end up just having to end the thread and put it back on the Annie's keepers, which I should grab. Make them closer to me, just in case I need to. Now what am I going to do with all the rest of this chaotic mess? Okay. use these silicone jobbies to hold them. I don't know if this is a good idea or not. It's probably not, but we'll find out. And if it fails, I'll adjust. There. I literally just loosely rolled it and then I attached the things on it. That's all. Sometimes, Joyce, I like to park, and sometimes I don't. Overall, my brain doesn't handle parking very well. Like, I do fine with it, but then I look at it and I'm like, no, it's so chaotic. I know exactly what everything is, but still. Yeah. It is going to be glorious. Aren't they so pretty? I love these colors. All right. Let's get down to business. Oh, I need my needle minder, courtesy of Rachel. It's Gandalf, and I'm gonna say this is Frodo, but it could be a young Bilbo. But you don't ever know Bilbo was young, so it's fine. Hobbit and Wizard. And we're off, and we're off, and we're off to the races again. This is also ungridded fabric. This is 25 count Lugana because that's what the chart said to use, because this was like my first foray into heaven and earth designs and full coverage charts. And third chaos of parking is your brain's home. I love it. Oh, yay, Rachel. I love having a Lord of the Rings needle minder to put on my Lord of the Rings pieces when I'm working on it. Well, I don't know what kind of stitch that was, but that's terrible. I'm not even gonna frog it. I'm just gonna stitch over it the correct way, because it's one stitch out of 300,000. It's fine. There are times when I really like parking. Like sometimes my brain, when I'm stitching, just needs it. And I have parking on Father Christmas, and I think Father Christmas will always be parking because I don't know. We'll see, but it's chaos. It's max color, but regular size. So it's crazy. Raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens, bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens, brown paper packages tied up with string. These are a few of my favorite things. Cream-colored ponies and crisp apple strudels, doorbells and sleigh bells and schnitzel with noodles. My daughter texted me. Wild geese that fly on the moon with the moon on their wings. These are a few of my favorite things. When the dog bites, when the bee stings, when I'm feeling sad, I simply remember my favorite things, and then I don't feel so bad. Oh, see? See? I said I needed somebody. Yeah. 2 of you have now said it. And I still didn't do it. It is not this picture. I don't think I've ever done this on. I haven't. Samoya and Giselle, thank you. I need. Who needs a dream? Who needs ambition? Who'd be a fool in my position? This one? Here we go. It's so little there. I'd like it to not snap to it, but that's okay, it doesn't. How's that? Does that look good? We're gonna leave it there. There you go. Here's Frodo and Galadriel. It's artwork by Matt Stewart, charted by Heaven and Earth Designs. Well, thank you. Coffee Craft Fabrics. Hi and welcome. And thank you. Are you stitching on the llama like every moment she's not around? Within 24 hours of starting it is crazy. Back where I started. cute. I have this whole idea for a Lord of the Rings wall, and many of them are from Heaven and Earth Designs. On their on the website, it might be called The Gift, but the PDF calls it Frodo and Galadriel. She was just napping, so you got a lot done. Now she's back. She woke up. No nap. Nap's over, I mean. Who'd be the fool in my position? Matt Stewart has many Lord of the Rings ones, but there are some other artists with Lord of the Rings charts now. Farewell to Lothlorien, which is, it's a very, very blue piece. Cheryl, whose Instagram name I can't think of right now, I know is working on that. That one is by Alexander Bach. Oh, Becca, you're working on it too? It is a lot of blue, but 38, 20. It is so much blue. It's beautiful though. Like, it doesn't look, when it's stitched up, it definitely doesn't look like a blue blob. You can see all the detail in it. It's very pretty. The other thing about cross country is on this piece, is because it's not gridded. I don't like going too far in cross country, which I think is why I tried parking for a while too. But I have my cookie, Samoya. I got it. However, it was in my refrigerator and I just want it to come to room temperature a little bit before I eat it. But it's sitting right there. You see it. It's right here. It's staring at my face. It's not staring at my face because it doesn't have eyeballs. But if it did, it would be staring at me. $7.29. It's the final hour. Oh, I should write down. Hours 20 to 20. I'm just gonna say that was 23. Was Cirque de Carreaux. Frodo and Galadriel is definitely one of the pieces that is wanting me to have a way to display my whips, which led to the whole digital frame TV idea thing. Because it is ridiculous that this piece is 6 years old and it's only 6%. Like, that's not okay. I'm not okay with that. Just another 94 years. Thanks, Steve, for that math. I actually do like Lugana. I just am not a fan of, well, it's 25 count Lugana. And I do prefer 28 count for how I stitch. This works. It's fine. I'm not gonna like restart it or anything, but I do like Lugana. It's not that I don't like Lugana. I just don't like 25 count, I think. But I stitch on it sometimes anyway. So I guess it's not that I don't like it. It's that it's not my preference. There we go. Why do I have a need to be super precise all the time? Yeah, it's not going to be a problem when I'm planning on living to 500. It's true. I mean, it's a good plan, isn't it? Just don't die and you'll be fine. You can get all your projects done and more. One, two, three, four. Hi, Brittany. Baba Yaga. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't have any I currently don't have any topic in my brain to like spout. Yes, Stitch Pal is what I use to track my stitches like that. I don't like looking at the end date all that much though. Exactly. I love it. But it tells me I'm going to finish super far away at my current rate. Yeah. Yes. I'll tell you what mine says for Frodo. I don't even know what it's going to say. Also, I didn't start using it from the beginning of this, and so I don't know if it's backdated to it. It doesn't really matter. It says I'm stitching on at 33 stitches a day. That's nice of it. If I want to finish this piece by the end of next year, I need to complete 542 stitches a day. No big deal. At my current rate, I will finish in 2047. There you go, 2047. It's only 44 years. 24 years. This is my cookie. It's cookie dough something. I like to put goal end dates in there, and that's what I see. I like to see that more than I like their prediction. Well, that's tasty. I like that. After today, it should go down a lot. I don't know how many I will add in though, because I only have like 45 minutes left that I must stitch for. However, now that it's out on a Q-snap, maybe I'll just keep working on it this week. I haven't really decided what I'm working on besides like getting Woodland Enchantress back on a 30-day. But maybe I will work on this week. I do go out of town on Friday, so there's that. So this project's on 25 count because, like I said, it was my first and first step into full coverage in Heaven and Earth design. And so I basically got what their pattern said, and I tried stitching it with 2 threads full cross first, and I did not like that. Like you can even see, well, you can't see now, but it still is. I just don't stitch that way anymore on it. And then I have a couple other projects that are on 25 count because it's what Kaylin wanted to try rather than 28 count. And so I just have used that too. But otherwise I really do prefer my 28 count for my full coverage. Though the Lord of the Rings map is on 40 count and I love it. I love that. Ooh, a new camera. That's always fun. I got a new like thing to hold my camera overhead and I really like it. This weekend is my first time using it. The map is one stranded tent stitch on 40 count. It is tiny. Well, that's fine. It's a lot of detail. No need to remember it all. I'm like, this is 1,000 stitches and it's the size of my thumbnail. Like, oh, if that. It's crazy how tiny it is. But it'll look so good all together with everything else on my wall. I just really didn't want the map to overwhelm all my other charts. But I wanted it to be a part of it. It's Verdal or Verdal. I'm not sure which way the emphasis is, but yeah, it's Verdal. I'm not sure that I would ever do a full coverage on linen. I like working with linen a lot, but I don't think I would want to do a full coverage on it. I can pull it out if you want to see it. But if you've seen my whip parade, then it hasn't changed. I haven't stitched on it since then. Pretty much willing to pull anything out and show by request. I think that the fabric the rabbit is on from Kaylee, she said linen, but I don't think it's I don't think it actually was a linen. I think it was just like a regular even weave. I mean regular, it's opalescent and hand dyed, but yeah. No, not the linen fibers. It's just Verdal, white, big piece of fabric, tiny holes. I like that this cookie tastes like cookie dough. Like it's cookie dough flavored. It's supposed to taste like cookie dough. And there is something odd about like having a cookie dough flavored cookie. But like when you just think about it. I have not touched the Ranger since May. So see, I have too many projects. I can't like get to all of them that I want to get to. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Just gonna park that one. He's right here in easy reach though. All right, Rachel. That's how my Ranger is going. This. That is all. Oh boy. How do I fold this? Where are the folds for this? I don't know. Which is nice. Welcome back, Nitzy. How was dinner? Chrissy. Chrissy's shaming me. I only had it for like those 5 days in May. And like I haven't touched it since then. And that's all I did in the 5 days. See, this is why I I need more projects finished. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So which project should be my next focus for a finish piece, you know? I think it's going to be Woodland Enchantress because that's in my daily 30 spot. See, somebody asked that earlier. And I really don't know what my next closest. Like, there's Woodland Enchantress, the Summer Garden, Peaceful Garden Path maybe also. Like those are the three that I can like that feel in my soul are closest to a finish. Is it accurate? No idea. This does not want to thread. And out of those three, 2 of them are in my like active whip rotation versus just on whip go. One, two, three. The rabbit became a daily piece and kicked out Woodland as my daily piece. It had Woodland Enchantress was like I was stitching on it 30 minutes every day. Well, most days. And then I basically dropped it to just do rabbit all the time. But I want to go back to it being my like 30 minutes a day only piece. Which theoretically leaves room for there to be like another kind of focus piece. Woodland Enchantress is my second oldest project. Frodo is my first oldest. With Woodland my second. Which is why that one is the daily 30. It doesn't come out very often, girly, unfortunately, but yeah, Yeah. It needs to come out more, that's for certain. It it's ridiculous. I'm stitching them in right now. That's what I'm doing. A lot of them are duplicate color threads too because I was stitching like in a column and parking it below. I don't mind trying different ways of approaching pieces. It helps me know like when my brain has capacity for one approach and when maybe a different approach is better. And if I don't have experience, then that's not something I can know. You still have visitors? Why did you come here if you still had visitors? You silly girly. Carreaux? I don't know what that is, but it sounds tasty. I need to figure out what I'm going to eat for dinner. I don't really want to make anything, but I should. Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you. I mean, doesn't that sound kind of creepy? mean, taken out of context, I suppose. It's kind of like, have you seen the, like, fonts matter? And it's like, I will be waiting for you or something like that. And it's like, here's a cutesy font, and then like, here's like your, I'm scrawling this in blood font. That's what song lyrics are like. Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. We'll stay forever this way. You are safe in my heart, and my heart will go on and on. Here's a random question. Has anybody tried like those toothpaste tablets? It's like a waste-free, plastic-free thing. Option, I guess. But it's like a tablet, but when you put it in your mouth, it like is toothpaste. I don't know. I've never tried them. I'm just wondering if anyone's tried them. Don't ask me where that thought came from because I don't have any idea. Every move you make. Yes. Every breath you take. Every step you. No. There's another line in there. It doesn't matter. I'll be watching you. Oh, can't you see? You belong to me. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ooh, camping's a good option for those. It should bother you with good reason. I'll be missing you. Oh, can't you see? You belong to me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh man. I need like a really, really, really good stretch. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a finger brushing method? Like, Can you do everything with the finger that you need to do? Welcome back, Shauna. Does that mean your kids are napping? You're too tired to cross-stitch, you know things. You know, though, sometimes you are. You belong to me. Oh, now that's the song in my head. Kate, it's your fault. Just the humor seems okay. So it hopefully that's not like a legitimate thing. I don't see how that would work. Go do like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Set a time limit. And then stitch some more. That seems legit to me. Oh, they napped and woke up and got into trouble. Setting a time limit's one of my favorites. Because then I have permission to keep going or stop. Well, it's more that I have permission to stop if I don't want to keep going. You know in Frozen 2 when she's like, I can't change this moment, but I can still go out and seize this day. It's like 5 o'clock. It's dinner time. She goes out and they have dinner. So if Elsa can take all day long to like get started with her day, then I think we're fine. stronger, and we're all getting older. Arendelle, the flag of Arendelle will always fly. Always fly. Flag will always fly. Oh, I know the lyrics to the Little Mermaid song. We've discovered that one in the past. You're using the timer on your dryer. When it goes off, it stops it. Nah, that's a good way, Shauna. It's a good way to get through laundry day. It's laundry day. Do 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 do. Wouldn't these songs be so awesome if I actually knew the lyrics? I mean, these free concerts. Wouldn't these free concerts be perfect with lyrics? Okay, out of the 4 cookies I've had this weekend, Rocky Road was my favorite. Cookie dough, second favorite. Blueberry cheesecake, third. Churro, fourth. Do I need 3.5 crumble cookies and a 3-day time span? Absolutely not. Terrible idea, but delicious to my taste buds. That's one way for taking. I mean, that kind of is what's been dictating my breaks. It's that or the puppy. A DPTP? Is that a shot? You forgot to take any ASA? I don't know what that is. I'm not. Okay, so you got a shot and then you forgot to take something. I don't know what ASA is though. Okay. Yeah, I was like DPTP I think has to be the diphtheria like combo thing. So yes. On Thursday, so it's been 3 days. Oh, aspirin. I've never seen that for aspirin. Is it normal? I have no idea. However, I know combo shots can, the extent of my whatever passes for knowledge right now from me, is that combo shots can be complicated like that. So, um, I would not be surprised if that was something normal. Within 3 days, probably. But I would for sure keep an eye on it. Normal doesn't necessarily mean good, but anyone else want to give some medical advice? Or just me? Um, I I agree, Shauna. Like sugar isn't good for anybody's system, I don't think. So really, and I don't have a lot of it, so really having these cookies all at once is, like I said, not smart, but very delicious. Aspirin is a brand name. Acetylsalicylic acid is the active ingredient, like Motrin is ibuprofen. I mean, I kind of knew that Motrin and ibuprofen were like the same thing. I don't take things very much, so I don't tend to know those things. That's why me giving medical advice is like worse than a free concert. But apparently I'm willing to give my opinion on anything, so you know, I've put in 257 stitches in. I suppose with all the parked threads that happens. Like it's easy to just stitch them out. I can hear you, but I won't. Some look for trouble, while others don't. There's 1,000 reasons I should go about my day and ignore your whispers, which I wish would go away. Oh, oh. You're just a ringing in my ears, and if I heard you, which I don't, I'm spoken for, I fear. Everyone I've ever loved is here within these walls. I'm sorry, secret siren, but I'm blocking out your calls. I had my intention. I don't need something new. What are those lines? Doesn't matter. Into the unknown, into the unknown, into the unknown. What do you want? 'Cause you've been keeping me awake. Are you here to distract me so I make a big mistake? Or are you someone out there who's a little bit like me, who knows deep down I'm not where I'm meant to be? Every day's a little harder as I feel my power grow. Don't you know there's part of me that longs to go into the unknown, into the unknown, into the unknown. Oh, are you out there? Do you know me? Can you hear me? Can you show me? Oh, 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 oh. Where are you going? Don't leave me alone. How do I follow you into the unknown? That's like 90% lyrics. That's like a solid A minus. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, four. Do 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 do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe I shouldn't do this. No, I'm doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, you guys, we reached 5 hours and 5 minutes. Do you know what that means? We went into overtime by 5 minutes. Like, that's not even counting the extra 30 minutes on the rabbit last night. And I probably stitched for like a half hour this morning that was not on camera. Because I wasn't home. Like, that's a full extra hour in a 24-hour weekend. I didn't count my walkaways yesterday. I have absolutely no idea, like, over the course of the 3 days, how many times did I walk away to let the dog in or empty my bladder or whatever. 24 hours really is just a guideline. I'm sure I've stitched enough to say legitimately 24 hours. Girlie, you're back and alone. No more visitors. Look at this. 300. And 1 stitches. That's what this says. If I lay it down like that, you can't see all those stitches. It's very delicious. It's my second favorite out of the whole weekend. It really does taste like cookie dough. It's like sitting right here in sight even. I got too used to eating in front of everybody earlier this year, so now I just do it without even thinking. Now it's just a thing. If you make your own cookie dough, that is basically what this tastes like. Like, it really does taste like cookie dough. I think it said that the cookie was like cookie dough flavored cookie. I don't know how that works, but it does. Like, why wouldn't a cookie taste like a cookie? I don't totally know what kind of frosting it is. It's a little bit light and fluffy. It's probably a buttercream, but there's not too much of it. So it's okay. And then there's like mini chocolate chips and then cookie dough bits. You've never seen such a big cookie? Okay. I've had an even bigger cookie before. Gideon's um, is there's even bigger. They're like a half-pound cookie or something. They're huge. Really good though, but big. We were in Florida and at like Disney World, and it was my youngest sister gave us a list of, okay, you need to try these places and then tell us how it is, or at least these kind of foods. And so we did. And there was one that was really hard to acquire. It was hard to acquire the Grey Poupon cupcake, but we managed it. And oh no, we didn't manage it. We couldn't get the Grey Poupon cupcake, but we found a recipe, and so Kaylin and I made it when we got home. Anyway, but Gideon's was on there, and Gideon's was in like downtown Disney, so like the shopping part where you don't have to go into the shop. Hey, it's been a while, Catherine. How are you? Catherine is stitching Sabrina with me, so she's doing it with beads and I'm doing it without beads. And eventually we'll meet and we'll show it off, and it'll be amazing, of course. She is ahead of me though on Sabrina. She's got a lot of the dress done and it looks fantastic. It took me a long time to do the skin because I did the skin 1/1 and she did it. She did it all normal and I made it all complicated because why not? If it's not complicated, is it worth it? I don't know. I'm spouting nonsense, guys. That really is probably why I should call this like the end of the 24 hours. Ah. It's been a while for me too. But she's waiting right here. Go big or go home. Go big and complicated. I mean, I'd like to go big and be home. Can we legitimize that as a saying? Go big and go home. Run home, Jack. Run home, Jack. Like, I don't actually have a project with 1,000,000 stitches, so have I even gone big yet? Joe! Hi! How are you? I mean, would a catheter help? Then you don't even have to get up. Thank you. You guys, so many of you are liking my hair like this. I guess so that means it's really good this way. Joe, are you going to Stitching in the Springs in November? Yeah, some kinds of busies are really nice. Already booked. Yay! Oh, good job, Nitsi. Finished one goal, and now you're doing your next project. Excellent. There's gonna be so many people at Stitching in the Springs. I'm excited. Um, it's not ever been full, Steve. Um, the hardest part is like if you want to stay in the hotel because it's a small hotel, so they have not a lot of rooms. Um, but more people can attend that can stay in the hotel, and there's other like Airbnb or B&Bs around. And anyway, there's different things. So the rooms fill up quicker than attendance itself. Um, I bet you they still have day spots anyway. Um, and then I don't know what the recommendation is for lodging, but um, in March, the March one, there was even less than the November one. The November one um, has more people, but I love how small it is. Like when you have like 50 or so people, it's just nice. Even the March one, there was like 25 or so, like it wasn't real big, but it was still so nice. And the organizer, like she still has, like it still worked really well for her. Same drive time as me, about 8 hours, yeah. Last time in March, I stayed at an Airbnb that was really close by. Um, and that was nice. So that was a good option. Um, like it wasn't too far away to drive back and forth. Like it literally was like 5 minutes down the street. Yeah, the where to stay part is the hardest thing because of like the hotel itself is just so small. It's definitely easier to get to know people. And the hotel restaurant is absolutely delicious. And they cater your dinner for you. It's included in the cost of your retreat ticket. My bookshelf will be there with its third shelf finished. Why do you need another reason to come besides that one? That's the reason to come see the bookshelf in person. I think it will. I think the reason it didn't have longer hours earlier was like it was still like on their winter season hours because November it was longer, but March it was shorter. So I think they just changed seasonally. I think the biggest problem for people were people who wanted to use the bar. I learned today that gin is a clear alcohol made from juniper berries. You know I got a deadline, Joe. I'm gonna keep to that deadline on my bookshelf. All right, Nitzy. Hope you sleep well tonight. My bookshelf has had a goal, an end goal, date, deadline thing, whatever you want to say, for a very long time now. Ever since I finished the first shelf, actually. That's when I set my end deadline. Juniper is one of the botanicals used to flavor gin, not really made from the berries, just to clarify. Well, now I don't know what gin is. Gin is a clear alcohol that is flavored using many botanicals, of which juniper is one. Don't ask me to ever repeat that because I won't remember. But it sounds nice. Oh, my definition of a gin is expanding here. So, a clear alcohol that is flavored with many botanicals, of which juniper is one. It tastes like an evergreen tree. Yay! Good job, Joe. What are you working on now that one's finished? Every distillery has secret sauce. Trade secrets. So, flavored with many botanicals, one of which is always juniper. You know how many times I'm going to need to know the definition of gin in my life? That I believe, Kate. There are many things created as a medicinal or can be used medicinally that are used in other recreational ways now. Well, in that way it worked then, Kate. If you don't care, then that's definitely a solution. Well, even if the mirror is slower going, it's a smaller stitch count, not like a total stitch count, you know. Steve even mows his lawn. Like, who does that? 0 times I will need to know that. Probably, but now when somebody says, "What have you learned lately?" I can tell them all about gin because I'm so knowledgeable now. Well, hopefully you settle into the even weave then, Joe. I came up with a brilliant idea to get some of my projects fully finished. I have a friend who likes, like, she does crafty things a lot, but she likes, like, she'll, the way that she puts fabrics together and things are fun. um so I asked her, like, I know you've not probably done anything like this before, but would you be willing to? And I talked to her about the idea of a flat fold finish. And she's adventurous, like, she'll totally take it on, and she's not going to want to mess up my stitching, so she's going to, like, take a lot of care, and I've seen her work, so I'm not really worried about it at all. And she's gonna do it. I'm gonna send her, because she doesn't really know what a flat fold is, but I'm gonna send her, like, here's a tutorial, but then like she's gonna do it however she wants to do it. And she'll even pick out like materials that go with it and everything. So I'm gonna pay her, obviously. I'll pay for the materials and I'll pay for like fair wage, right, for her time. Um, but I'm excited because it means that I will be able to have some things finished without like me doing it. And I think that she'll do a really, really good job. After the flat folds, I'm thinking like some more pillow-like things. And then all I have to do is like actually frame. I should be able to make myself frame. It's not like I can't do finishes. I just would rather be stitching way more. As a heads up, everybody, we are now 38 minutes past my personal 24-hour weekend. But I am going for 39 more stitches or finishing the thread that I'm on after that point. And then I will be logging off for the weekend. I will be filming a floss tube video this week. So that I can show off my rabbit finish and then get that sent to Kaylee. And then I am thinking that on Fridays, not all Fridays, there's no day in my life that is consistent enough that I can say I can go live on this day all the time. I would love to. I'd love to say, like, you know, every Monday morning for a couple hours or something like that, but it won't. But I will figure out going live so that it's not another 3 months before we do this again. Becca, I think it's more my head than my hands. My hands are fine, but I can feel my brain like words are a struggle. It might not be apparent because I still obviously manage to talk plenty, but words are a struggle. I am working in on the threads. I'm working the threads in. See, I just told you. It's a struggle. Because look at this chaotic mess. So yes, I am stitching them in. Thank you all. I am just as happy for the company. Like, I'm glad I can keep you guys company, but you guys are also keeping me company. So it's just a wonderful community. I love it. I love it so much. I'm stitching to 500 stitches on this. That's gonna feel nice, is 500. Like some really good cheerleading happening for finishing the rabbit yesterday. I finished 2 whip go goals, and I worked on Frodo, my oldest project. Like, that was a really good 24 hours of cross stitch. Thank you, Kate. I will see you around. Just need 11 more stitches now. I did. I finished the rabbit yesterday. Last night. Here he is. So cute. I just gotta pop him in the mail to go back to Kaylee. I'm glad you were here, Samoya. Look, and it was so nice. I didn't cry once this whole weekend. You're about to order pizza? You know, so many of us ate pizza this weekend, Shauna. Your tablet's about to die. Oh no. I'm really close to logging off here. All I have to do is finish stitching this thread in. And I can call it done. All the way done. Kids always want cheese. Cheese or pepperoni. It's always basic. Laughing is so much better. Yeah. It is so much better. In so many ways, life is so good right now. And hasn't been this good in maybe ever. And that just makes me really happy. That is my life. Like, this is my life right now. It's one that I actually like 90% of it. And the 10% that's a struggle isn't like, it doesn't get in the way of my daily life really. So, and they are just things. My needle unthreaded when I was so close to the end. Just a few more stitches, okay? All right, 527 stitches on Frodo. I am pleased with that. That feels good. That feels really good. There are times I cry. I think crying is good at times, you know? I don't think it's bad to cry, but it's not at all like the beginning of the year. Look at that. That looks good. You're welcome. Thank you, Shauna. I think it is good, too. It's, yeah, really good. Okay, we're at 6.25% now. Yay! Okay, I will, thank you, Sherry. I'm glad you were here, too. And anybody who is not typing, much love to you as well. And I will talk to you all in the future. I promise. Much love.